Hello. Son of a bitch. What the fuck? Microphone, you good? Okay. Hello. I'm back. So, I've been up for, I've been awake for a very long time, so we're gonna see if I can get a little bit more done than last time. Let's see, we'll hope. Oh. No, not tune up. My brain doesn't work. Oh, anyways, good morning. I feel like my ability to control vehicle is going to be not great. Interesting sound. You know, despite the fact that I wind up not talking much when I stream this game, I gotta say I do like how comfy it is. Yellow hat. There we go. Both of those dives were actually really good. I mean, the first one was probably a bit muckier than the second, but it was still pretty good. This is interesting. Earlier I was playing like I was still asleep. No, a lot of these lines are actually pretty nice. Let's see if that holds up a new jungle. Last practice session, my new jungle is an absolute train wreck. Good. Very good, okay. I love it. That's more or less how you want to tackle the ruins on that particular hairpin turn. You want to, like, swing in aggressively and, like, tackle the wall with the backside of your vehicle so that you bounce back into the direction you want in a nice and beneficial form. That right there is exactly what you don't want. But oh well, the first one was good. Wait, from here? Ooh. Why would I not go front first? Wait, okay, so hold on. Let me actually rearrange what order this is in. So I'd go transmission, tires. I'm an idiot. Oh, no, I wouldn't, because we don't get the tires in this menu at all. That's in Cool Custom. I'm an idiot multiple times. Wait. Here, you know what? Yeah, we're gonna do the menuing this way. These like micro improvements, because you would go transmission to racing spoiler to drag muffler. And you go cool custom. Yeah. One, two, three, 4, 5. Yeah. And this is Win Grand Prix. So, like, in comparison to the all GPs category, I feel like menuing is going to be a lot more complicated in this category. Just, like, in all GPs, it's actually very, very easy. I don't know why I took that turn so daintily. I say that, but the funny thing about it is that when, like, I had rerouted the game, right? And I had optimized some stuff, and I had changed one of the races, I'd removed one of the races. Like, we're talking about a reroute that saved probably like a minute and a half just by default. Like, literally do the new route, and even if you did a bad job, you would save a minute and a half. That was the nature of the reroute. And yet, I felt demotivated from doing it because it meant having to relearn the menuing, and while that doesn't sound like a big thing, like, if you've never done a speed game with a lot of menuing in it, then you don't realize that, yeah, you can lose a stupid amount of time. I just realized, and it totally screwed me up, I didn't change what game I was playing on YouTube. Fuck. Is that fixable right now? I hope so, because I have time. Yes. Okay, right. Here's to hoping that didn't break anything. Bro, what the hell? Everybody is hanging out in the way. That was not normal. I wish I knew, like, the optimal shift times on these engines. I think, like, earlier I was thinking about what I would, like, what kind of test I could do to optimize that, or rather to learn where the shift times are. Or rather, like, you know, where, like, because I know that each of the different engines has, like, a different, different ranges on each of the different gears where it has the most, like, acceleration versus top speed. What I was thinking I would do is I would take each of the, engines and each of the different gear, assortments, take them to straightaway, probably Super Chicken, and like switch to the gear before hitting gas at all, and then hit gas and just like while recording a VOD, right? Oh my goodness, you know what I just realized too? I still have my stream set to 60 frames per second because I was recording videos of Core Keeper to test stuff on that as well. I'm probably going to go offline here in a second and fix that because this is definitely not a 60 frames per second game. Not only is it not 59.94, it's also not 60 flat. Neither of those applies at all. We'll fix it at the end of this race. I'm gonna have nerds to wait on anyway. Later, boyo. Whoops. Alright, hold on. I'm an idiot. Oh, jeez, I hope that didn't suck horribly. Let's refresh this and hope that it shows me where I am now. Excellent connection, good to know. The best part of that is that that did not, in fact, slow down my gaming at all. I say that that's the best part. The only reason it's true is because this game sucks when it comes to the fact that you have to wait for the rest of the racers to cross the finish line. What am I doing, dude? Last time I did this practice session, I utterly failed to shift at the correct times then as well. I don't know what's going on with me lately. I guess I'm only playing this the last couple of times when I'm already kind of not good to go. It's fine, it doesn't really matter. I mean, realistically, the most important part right now is merely to confirm that the route that I have written down works. And once I get past a certain point in the route, to see, because like I have a lot of races in the route written down as no collision bonuses, and I feel like that's almost certainly not necessary. Because I think, oh god, hold on. Aw, that's cute, you guys.
Do it again.
I slammed my fucking knee trying to pick up this goddamn spam call. Don't know why I even bothered. I knew what it was gonna be. Anyway, I have silenced my phone. We're not gonna have any reason to worry about that again. The pain in my fucking knee, however, that's not gonna be exiting my mind anytime soon. I don't think that helped at all. Anyways, once I do get this route nailed down and decide to actually buckle under and get some fucking runs done, I will almost certainly be the only person to do so on this category. I even if like all GPs just suddenly took off and there was a whole bunch of runners, I doubt that anyone is going to give a fuck about this category. Well, to be clear, this category doesn't exist on the leaderboards yet. But for anyone not familiar with like speedrun moderation in general, is that usually a leaderboard is not created for a category until there's a run for the category. Because who knows, maybe I never wind up actually finishing this. Who knows? Maybe something gets in the way, life happens, you know? Maybe I get distracted with something else. I do have some God Hand content to put out. well, first to make and then to put out. Gotta expose the cheaters at some point. But, I don't know. Usually when it comes to, like, speedrunning these big, long, super complicated categories, really my interest is less in doing the run and more in routing it. I like routing shit. Which is weird, I used to love doing the runs. But realistically, the only reason that you would want to do all races on this game, other than just to do it as a speedrun category, would be so that you could do a so that you could do a speedrun that includes like the Phantom Rod parts. Wow, that lap was fucking horrendous. Let's see if I can go back to pretending that I know how to play this game. Much better. Not like super clean, but much better. Good. Oh my goodness, I've never actually gotten a double edge clip like that before. That was definitely something else right there. I like that shit. See, I don't know if that race is better off pitless or not. Part of me says, you know, yes, but I'm honestly not sure. Like, typically, if you're gonna pit in a race, typically, like, the preferred way to do that would be to pit at the conclusion of the third lap. And the reason that I say it that way, at the conclusion of the third lap, is because in some races the pit is right at the beginning of the race, and some of them it's right at the end of the race. So if I say on the third lap, does that mean right after I cross the finish line and I've just started the third lap, or do I mean that I'm hitting the pit? You're like, it's just the timing of it is weird based on where the based on where the pit is in the race in question. I mean, I guess the easiest way to think about it is that, like, the optimal way to pit is so that you do the final 2 laps clean. So either at the end of lap 3 or the beginning of lap 4. So in this one, the pit is pretty much right before the starting line. So if you were going to pit, then you would do that right before you starting lap 4. Anyways, whenever I do actually decide to do a run of this category, like, in reality, I'll probably do 1 or 2 runs of it. Set a time I feel not embarrassed by, and then don't touch it again. Oh shit, that's really, really terrible. Okay, good. I bounced off the wall and came back down. I don't know why that happened. Now I'm, like, not paying enough attention in general. Good lord, I don't know why. I guess I'm just playing very badly right now, but I'm not accustomed to that going so fucking badly. I was on 4th gear again in the water. Oh man, what a disaster. This snow and ice is just an excellent example of how not to snow and ice. Oh my goodness, and I bounced into the fucking hole. Why am I? See, that was a lot more the way it was supposed to go. I guess I wasn't pulsing my acceleration. I don't know. shit. Alright, final race of this GP. Like, honestly, the Country Grand Prix, or GP1, I believe would be OGP? I don't remember. Doesn't really matter. This first GP is boring. Okay. I'm not sure why. Why P allowed, I don't get it. Oh my god, what the shit is all of this? I don't have wings, I guess. That's cool. I've never seen such a failure of my wings to deploy before. That was extraordinary. That was about as unlucky as that whole sequence of events could possibly be. Maybe I should highlight that just to show like what a shit dick that whole experience was. Tezuko might have a legitimately good reason to not do this shortcut, but I'm like a fucking stubborn person and I'm very stupid. All I know is that the fastest lap on record definitely does the shortcut. Are you serious? Are you serious? What is happening? What is this fucking Steamway, dude? Okay, so I've never, ever pit in this race before, but we're gonna do that. What is happening? I'm in second. On Steamway. On Steamway GP1, I'm in second. Is the game, like, getting back at me for saying that GP1 is boring? What? Oh, bruh. Like, I'm gonna tell you this right now. This would have been a reset. Like, even if I didn't have a time already on the category, I would have been like, no. That, like, remember when I said earlier that I wanted a time that didn't feel embarrassing? This feels embarrassing. But aside from maybe that very first peel out, none of this was my fault. I don't know what in the hell is going on. Like, the fucking wings didn't deploy. What happened? That was so weird. I mean, that was an excellent example of how free the first GP is and why it's typically very boring, but good God. But for those that don't understand why this would matter, this part is cut out of the final speedrun time on the leaderboard. So, like, all of this time that you spend waiting for 2nd through 6th to get across the finish line, so it'll cut to the next race. All of that gets cut out. So my finish time in the race totally matters. Dude, that had me stressed out. That got me chewing my fucking fingernails. No good. No good. Actually, this might have made sense. This changes nothing. What I just did is just a micro change. Okay. Anyways, at this point, we're cleaning up the rest of the sprint novices. Are you serious? Dude. Oh God, come on. Ah, that's horrifying. bad second lap is bad. Dream Park. Now, if memory serves, on the second lap, I'll actually be risking bumping into the back of some of these racers. Part of it is because a decent number of the other racers don't bring wings on this particular race. I think that there's only like one or two that do. And as a result, oh no, there's three, I think, based on what I'm seeing on the map. As a result, like the racers get split. Some of them are going the low route. Which means that I'm like actively catching up to them right now, which is not good for the no collision aspect of the game. Actually, that worked out real good. Do that again. Ah, my left eye. Please. Okay, we're not going up the side because I don't want to risk it. I'm not sure what it is about the cars with the big giant fat wheels and like getting an absolutely obscene amount of acceleration right at the beginning. Like, there's... If you scour the internet, you can find some rumors of, like, a perfect start boost, a la fucking, like, Mario Kart and whatnot, but in testing, I've never been able to confirm that. If somebody ever does, please let me know that it does or does not exist, and if it does, how the hell you're supposed to do it, because I tried everything I could think of. Having said that, I think I'd probably only end up using it during GPs, because I think in normal races it would just make me more likely to slam into the car in front of me. Also, I kind of feel like whether or not you get your no collision bonus on this particular course has a lot more to do with luck than skill or experience, because if you saw the way that the vehicles dispersed early on, that was random, and there's no way I could have known. Anyways, for a certain amount of time, getting the no collision bonus is extraordinarily important. But once I get up to a certain point, it won't be very important anymore. Or at least, it'll be a lot less important. One really good thing about this category in comparison to all GPs, though, is that in all GPs, you have to thrust yourself into the final Grand Prix with, like being way underprepared. God damn it to hell. Yeah, it's not doable at this point without it. Because I actually hit multiple points after this where I get, like, where I have, like, no money. And see, like, if this were a real run, that would be another point where I would probably just go ahead and reset. Like, especially thinking, like, that wasn't even a particularly good attempt. Like, that race was just bad. And then I had a collision and had to restart, so I was late in the race. I was on lap 3, after having performed poorly, and had to restart. That's fucking disgusting. could have done my usual tactic right there, and it would have been fine. No. No. Good lord. Ugh. Terrible. Yo, a perfect water hop. Cool, a complete fuck you from the game. I don't understand what's going on today. Well, I probably don't have any fear of having to lap any racers now, so that's good, I guess. Disaster number 2. Good lord, I don't know how to drive anymore. When once upon a time I knew how to drive, I clearly no longer do. Ugh, that was fucking awful. And for whatever reason, I was constantly bouncing. That's good, I guess. I knew it was safe to go around the left side of them because I was watching the map. And there was a pretty decent gap between that set of 3 and the next. Okay. It's almost like I didn't push that button at all. So we got 2 instances very, very close to each other where we go into Choro Desert and then Choro Desert, and then we almost immediately have an instance of New Jungle Short and then New Jungle Short. That's more or less what we want right there. We want to hip check the first wall to get into a good position for the rest of the hairpin turn. By the way, that start was rubbish. And it's because I forgot that I just put on the 4000 engine. And there's a reason I forgot that. It's because in the all GPs route, you would not have changed engines at this point. You'd still be rocking the 2000. That was extremely sloppy. So here's the thing about, like, deciding whether or not you're going to pit on a race like this. The issue is that this is an off-road race, and I already do not have off-road tires. So I'm only going to gain so much traction where off-road is. Second, the only part of this race that is vaguely complicated is the part that I just did. And at the best possible traction, that section is not going to go super well anyway. So is there a calculation of, like, whether or not you lose enough time despite that fact for not having enough traction? Like, you lose some, but it's not as bad as other races. Unless, of course, the game decides to fuck you a bunch. That's neat. What is with all of the random bouncing, dude? Like, when you're randomly skidding for no reason, that's something. It's not even fully 2 seconds that I lost right there. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, man, this is so good. Let's keep hitting that pink car over and over. And skid out really, really, really badly. Why? Why? Stop! Man, the peel outs today are something else. There's no excuse for my chassis being this shredded right now, but the game is screwing me a bunch, and you can only do what you can do. Good thing that the GPs don't matter as much in this category. I would honestly go as far as to say that the GPs are notably minor in comparison to the rest of the races in this category, because, like, in all GPs, you do 4 normal races, and then you shotgun 18 Grand Prix races, which are all 5 laps apiece versus the 2 apiece for the 4 original races. So in the normal category, you do 8 laps of normal race, and then 18 times 5, so 90 laps of GP races. Whereas in this one, like, yeah, you still have those 18 races, those 90 laps of GP, but it's not even vaguely as relevant because there's just so much more content that isn't in a Grand Prix. Christ, that race was so dog shit, though. Yeah, that happens. Earlier, I accidentally got one of the other racers stuck in the shortcut on Steamway. That was something. I had literally never seen one get completely stuck in there. Typically in GP3, with the parts that we have during the All GPs category, on the first lap, you're going at just the wrong speed for doing that shortcut because you're near guaranteed to push an AI racer in there. But when you do that, at least under those circumstances, the other racer will immediately turn around, and because their acceleration is not actually, like, it's not actually based on the same rules as yours, so no matter what you do, it's going to out-accelerate you, and it's going to push you back out of the shortcut. So because of that, it's not even worth trying to go for that shortcut in the first lap. So during that speedrun, we just you just ignore the shortcut on lap 1 of Steamway Long GP3. But in this case today, I accidentally shoved an AI racer in there, and he just stayed there. By the way, I have not slept in a while, so my performance right now is pretty rough. But right now I'm kind of just trying to confirm that the route works as intended. Like, I had to go through the whole thing and confirm that all of the versus races would be unlocked by the time you're done. And if you actually perform extraordinarily well, and you never end up having to restart a race because you fucked up and didn't get the no collision bonus, then you actually have not traveled enough distance to unlock the final versus races. Thankfully, Choro Desert Short in Beginner is just the right distance to unlock the final versus races. Or, if you've had to restart some races, that might do it. The other day I ran into a highlight where some Japanese player was on Dream Park, and they came out of the flight section, lost traction, and then their speedometer jumped up to like 999 kilometers an hour, and then they fucking did a super turbo backwards. I looked into it a little bit more, and apparently it's something that only happens in FF layout, which, if you've got any experience in this game at all, you would never ever ever be in FF layout. So it'd be one of those things where, like, if it's a glitch that could be repeatable, then for the purpose of speedrunning, it might be viable? Question mark? This sucks, by the way. You don't normally pit in this particular race. Or at least I don't normally pit in this particular race. Western Canyon long, yes. Western Canyon short, no. But yeah, Snow and Ice GP3 in the All GPs category causes a lot of confusion in people that watch it, because they assume, like, a lot of people assume that the reason that that race is a failure in the middle of the run is because we didn't route well enough for that race. But really what it is that that race is unique in that it has a really strange difficulty spike, and that it's totally normal to lose that race. Like, if you were to pick this game up as a speedrun tomorrow, and you didn't experience that difficulty spike right there, I would assume that you were playing on the emulator, which isn't allowed. Because we did have some old runs on the leaderboard from about a billion fucking years ago that were definitely on the emulator, and the AI racers did not behave the same. But on real console, totally normal to lose that race in the all GPs category. However, in this category, it's gonna be a lot easier to win that race, because I'm just gonna be more prepared for it. But like any amount of money that you pour into Snow and Ice Long on GP3 is money that you're taking away from other races. Okay, well that was extraordinarily trash. And like, honestly, all GPs is cut down to so few races already. Like, anytime that somebody suggests, like, you should buy this or you should do that instead, and thinking like, okay, where the fuck is that money gonna come from? Or like that, like I think at one point someone suggested that instead of getting the 5,000 engine, I should get the 4,000 and spend the rest of the money on something else. But like, half of the reason that GP3 is as rough as it is because of a lack of acceleration. But stepping down on the engine is literally taking away more acceleration. Dude, Global Grand Prix is such a weird thing, because like it front ends the more complicated courses, like New Jungle. Well, not Big Oval, but New Jungle, Big Oval, Western Canyon. But like I would think it would do Big Oval, HD Circuit Long, Seaside Resort, Choro Desert, and then New Jungle, Western Canyon. And maybe that's just a dumb complaint, and I should just shut the hell up and take it, as I always have. There was a Japanese player that was doing practice runs of GP3 for the speed run, who appears to have given up, sadly. Either that or they're just taking a break, but I mean, I don't know, they were like, it was the weirdest thing to me is that they were just practicing GP3 and they weren't using the parts that I normally use. They had this vehicle, but they had some parts that I wouldn't have in my route, and they were clearly not using the final tune, which is a big deal for GP3 and all GPs because of traction. Well, traction and acceleration. Final tune is a 5% boost over all of your stats, including traction, acceleration, top speed, everything. The only stats it doesn't affect are like stats that are unique to specific parts, like say snow traction, which is only on skis. At one point I tried routing in tuning the skis themselves for better traction on snow and ice, because that was like the lowest cost way to do something about snow and ice. But it turns out tuning the actual parts, it doesn't actually do anything. Like, I tracked that the numbers that it's supposed to change is it's supposed to be, I think it's a 3% boost across everything on the parts, but it might be 5%. But it doesn't matter because it doesn't actually wind up applying the difference for some reason. Or at least it didn't in the US version. Maybe I should test this one. That would be a very interesting version difference if it works on this one and not on the US version. And given that I have access to both, there's no reason not to be thorough. I still want to know what the hell the purpose of the car wash is. Or if there is, in fact, a purpose of it. Anyway, so in all GPs, normally this race would be... It's winnable, but it's pretty rough. Whereas in this category, we're not working with the 2000, we're working with the 4000. That was pretty rough. This here is the worst shortcut in the game. Quote-unquote shortcut. I think that they intended for you to just, like, jump from that tunnel down, like, straight down this lane right here to the exit. But then they put an invisible wall that extends up that blocks that jump. So when you exit that tunnel, you can't go any direction that doesn't suck. On top of which, and this is probably the most important part, you stay in the water for a lot longer, and that robs you of a lot of speed. By the way, that was a really horrible dive. So, having a slalom and even having the propeller is actually overall slower than having a really well-controlled dive. And the reason for that is that the slalom actually has a deceleration on both deployment and retraction. So when it comes out and when it closes up, it slows you down. On top of which, it has a speed cap, and it locks you to that pretty much the second that you touch the water. The propeller also has a speed cap. I would say the propeller is definitely better to have than the slaloms are. And in the form of a speed run, it's arguable to say that the propeller might be a potentially good thing to have, and it's not because it's faster, it's because it gives more consistency. Because a really good controlled dive that would be faster, it's also a lot harder to get a really good solid dive, especially on this race once you get relatively fast, because the car likes to bounce where you would otherwise need to be in control of the direction you're going, like right there. And then I end up hitting the wall, and then I don't get a good dive. And this right here, this sucks. In this particular instance, I would have been better off having a propeller right here, because that dive was fucking atrocious. But in most cases, a good solid dive is going to be way better than a propeller. And the reason for that is because while you are descending into the water, you mostly keep your momentum. But what's more is that if you hit something on the ground underwater that puts you back off the ground, then you, again, mostly keep your momentum. So in some cases, you can actually go into the water, bounce, not in this case because I got basically ricocheted backward a little bit, but if you hit that right, then you can bounce off of the rock formation on the left side of that building and carry yourself across most of that underwater area going a reasonably high speed. Which is not something that you're about to pull off with the slalom or the prop. There's other weird things about, like, what parts you do and don't choose in some cases, like for instance, other things that are kind of counterintuitive. Wings. Wings are almost universally slower than perfect gameplay. Except for, like, Dream Park, where if you don't have wings, you're not going to make it across that gap. But, perfect execution is going to be faster in Steamway, for instance, across the rock pit than the wings are, but the wings provide consistency. That glide at the end of Western Canyon Long, you're better off with no wings at all. And in some cases, the faster wings put you in a shitty position and rob you of time because it's just hard to correct the position you ended up in. They're not really hard, it's just time-consuming. Whereas, like, the slower wings just puts you in a better position to land, be where you need to be, and pick up speed. But, like, particularly in Dream Park Short, ugh, the high-level wings suck. So in this route, we only get the really, really high-level wings, like, right at the end, when they're required to do the glider event and the Super Chicken. So that we can get the treasure chest and unlock the shit. Yeah, I shouldn't do that. So this is probably the single most valuable shortcut in the game. Like, it's not like quite as like obvious as, say, the shortcut in Asian City Short. Asian City Short is easily like the biggest time save, but this one's the most important because there's no version of Asian City Short that's not easy as hell to win anyway. But in all GPs, this shortcut makes this a very, very winnable race. And you save plenty of time, yes, even when I do what I just did. You can slack off a lot of your momentum by braking, and so long as you hit that turn efficiently, you're still gonna get a pretty chonky time save. God damn it. Whoa, that was pretty rough. I almost didn't make it. I waited a little too long. So in this category, it's time to get the 800 megahertz. And that will be the last time that we fuck around with any CPUs. See, there's an actual maximum on how much speed you can gain. There's like a universal cap, and it's because no stat that you have can exceed 100. And you can manage to do that with your top speed with the 800 megahertz. You do not need the 900 or the little devil CPU. Honestly, I kind of find these engine regulations to be one of the most awkward parts of this game. You fucking twat. There's some places where, like, I feel like the AI racers are specifically supposed to screw with you. Because, like, oh, I see that you're trying to make money. Haha. Get fucked, nerd. Have a collision. That shortcut probably broke even. So in the original iteration of this route, I actually would do the medium class engine races with the 2000 engine. And then I think the strategy back then was to put a bunch of money into the 9000 for GP3, which doesn't make a lot of sense. So, like, in this category, you really, really, really want to avoid making as many purchases as you possibly can. So, like, anything that you buy that is not a part that you're going to keep for the entire category, you pretty much want to do everything that you can not to buy that. There's only a couple of exceptions in this category. There's the parts that you have to have to complete certain things. Like all of the special parts and all of the body part races and stuff like that. But then there's, like, obviously you're not gonna get shit done at the beginning of the game unless you get, like, the 2000 engine, the 5-speed, the 6, you know, like the 400 CPU or the high grip tires. You need the basic stuff to get places, but once you get past a certain hump, you really, really, really don't want to spend on anything ever again that isn't going to be a permanent fixture. Bro, what the fuck? That was a very wide swing. By the way, the universal speed cap I was talking about earlier, it's 396 kilometers per hour. With the little little angel engine, you have enough acceleration to sometimes just barely nudge 397. But, that's not actually the speed cap. The way that acceleration can overpower your maximum speed a little bit is actually kind of interesting. I do very much wish I understood that property better. Also, not far from now, we're going to have a point in time where we're going to have the little angel engine, but we're still going to be using high grip tires, and that's awful. That portion of the run is almost exclusively peeling out everywhere, and that's because the power of the engine greatly exceeds the capability of the tires. So here's the thing, this is totally doable. I just need to wait until a certain spot and then pull this off. Not a big deal. It does involve going a bit slower, but it also means picking up an extra 400, so... Oops. I will say, though, that doing that to try to get the extra 400 here, it does feel very uncomfortable. Because, like, you're sandwiched between several racers. Like, you're staying behind that particular pack, but during that time, there are a couple of racers behind you. And if you get particularly unlucky, they will catch up and hit you from behind. Okay. It's GP3 time. My brain just broke. Anyway, so in this category we can do this GP with the 4000 engine, and it's because we have otherwise stronger parts. The thing that does make this GP kind of shit in this category is no final tune. By the way, that was a really, really bad start. I didn't get off the line quick enough. normally you wouldn't pit until the conclusion of the next lap, but we're gonna go ahead and do it at the conclusion of this one. Oh, okay. The frick am I doing, dude? Honest to God, what the hell am I doing? I should probably be going that way at the beginning of the race. Rather than duking it out with the other racers on the normal route. Okay, yeah, this last lap is gonna suck. And that's because I had to pit at a bad time because I got a bad start and got my chassis beat the fuck up. Anyway, so at the conclusion of this Grand Prix, what we're gonna do is 2 of the endurance races because their proportion of like time spent to money gained is very good, and we're gonna no collision bonus those and come away with really a lot of money. And then we're going to trade in a bunch of stuff that we're no longer going to need, and we're going to get the Little Angel engine. It's like in the all cheapies category, I mean, there used to be trade-ins in that route, but that all got like outdated. Good optimizations led to excellent gains. Anyway, so the secret to like getting ahead of these guys in this particular race is to just calm the fuck down. You'll get there, don't worry about it. At this point, I'm not even concerned about my tire endurance or anything like that, because the only part that it even matters in is that cave at the end. Or tunnel, cave, whatever we want to call that. Anyways, that right there is a great example of how skipping across something at the bottom of the water is just way hella better than having a slalom or propeller involved. Oh god. Basically still have 180 miles an hour, or kilometers an hour for a decent portion of that. And plus, that's not even accurate. Technically, it's higher than that because, like, when you're quote-unquote airborne, it doesn't track speed as accurately. Anyway, so long as I don't get, like, flummoxed by the invisible wall at the end of that tunnel, I should be fine. So if you come out of that tunnel too far to the right, then you end up getting sort of pinballed to the left. Easy peasy. Easy breezy, beautiful cover girl. Anyways, in this category, the rest of this GP is pretty mundane. Because this race is essentially free. And so is Dream Park, so as long as I don't suck out loud at New Jungle and Western Canyon. So again, in GP3, the part combinations that I have, I guess it's in this category as well. It just, the row of other racers is right where I need them to not be if I want to do that shortcut, and I'm just not about to bother with it. Because I'm definitely going to end up slapping one of them in there with me, and that just causes way too many problems. And then I can just screw it up entirely. Oh well. Good enough. That pill out didn't even really hurt me at all. What in the world? BRB just gonna physics the shit out of everything. Anyway, so New Jungle Along, I honestly think that this is one of the shittiest races in the game. This specific instance of New Jungle Along. Because this race sucks. That was actually really good. Please stop. What you're doing, it's very rude. Of course. Of course. Of course. Why wouldn't that happen? Bag of dicks. God, that ruined everything, and all he did was, like, tap me a little bit. Bastard. Okay, could fucking, come on! I swear to God! I'm probably totally screwed on this race now. Yo, thanks for depositing me back into the course at the worst possible angle. What the hell was literally all of that? Cool. Yo, I'm really glad that this isn't an actual run. Please stop. Keeps on managing to get right where I need to be. So a second place finish is entirely plausible right now. That's kind of wild. Later, nerd. After the complete and total fucking disaster all of that was, I pulled off a second place. Yo, this GP is in the bag. That's disgusting. I'm not sure that anything even went right during that race. Like, everything was awful. Alright, this race is free as hell. Like, honestly, you gotta be about brain dead to lose this race in this particular part of the game. If my start wasn't so garbage, I'd already be, like, way ahead of the pack right now, but I evidently can't get off the block to save my life today. mean, worth noting that even with all of the screw-ups, this is still super free. The AI just drives way too conservatively in this course. But of course, everything that can go wrong is going wrong, so who knows? Maybe I'll find a way to be about half brain dead. As is my want. It's disturbing how close it is right now. What the hell? All hell, biscuit powers. Oh, what the hell? Stop it. Because the one thing that no rational person would look forward to in this category would be the parts races, specifically because of the cop light. That race sucks, it's horrible, and it's mostly just because it makes terrible sounds. Like, bro, can you imagine having to be law enforcement in Japan and having to listen to that shit all the time? I'd rather get shot at. Actually, probably not. But for real, that sound is pretty fucking terrible. By the way, welcome to the only race that gets multiple pits. Well, the only race that has multiple pits normally. It's just because it's so goddamn long. And testing has been done, and yes, it does make sense to do it for the final lap. Like, look at that shit, it saves 10 seconds. It's time for Western Canyon as soon as these guys finish. The Western Canyon on the Japanese version, for whatever reason, like during like the intro when it zooms in on your vehicle, it likes to lag on the Japanese version. But on the upside, the US version sometimes crashes when it loads Seaside Resort, and I have never seen the Japanese version do that. Oh hey, it didn't lag. Okay, well, whatever. Interesting. Everything is fine. No need to worry, everything is fine. So yeah, right here you're actually best off no wings. You can just go through that area at top speed and not like hindered by the parts deploying and retracting. Now I realize that my condition looks pretty fucking terrible right now, but we'll be fine. Like, once we get in here, everything is Gucci. We're gonna experience a little bit of lag because of the smoke that we're billowing into the camera. Except that didn't want to happen today either. You know what? Whatever. I guess I'm a liar, and there's no such thing as lag. Lag is a myth. It's definitely not, but whatever. It's just not happening today for some reason. Okay, so I'm less ahead than I normally would be, but I think if I just continue the race calmly, everything will turn out fine. No big deal, don't worry about it. Unless I fuck up a bunch, in which case, worry about it. The funniest shit ever is when you actually see one of the CPU racers fall off the cliff right there. I'm pretty sure that that happened in the world record run. Like, I was in the middle of trying to overcome, and the racer ahead of me just Fell. Just did a whoopsie and went away. Wow, this sucks a bunch. You're kidding! No, dude, why? I did all the things I'm supposed to do right there to fix that, and it didn't work. I hate everything. What a fucking disaster. You know what sucks shit is that now I have to pit a second time, which is not normal for this route. I don't remember what my points are in the tournament either, so this could be really bad. I very much do not want to do this over again. So if I don't somehow pull off a miracle here, we're gonna have to do this race over again. I don't know what happened, and it's irritating the shit out of me that I don't know what happened. I mean, like, honestly, this should be good enough. I'm just gonna fucking cross the finish line, to hell with it. If that's not good enough, then we're probably gonna call it for the day. Hooray! That was totally fine, and I was worried for no reason. My luck today is certainly something. Thankfully, after a certain amount of time, you can skip that. Now this part sucks because trying to no collision bonus this is actually quite the problem. Especially since everyone wants to crowd you immediately. And it's just random. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. If you go to the right, literally, if anybody in front of you goes to the right at all, you're fucked. Yeah, that dude was just ramming the shit out of my rear. See, it's not normal for it to go wrong this many times. This is actually quite odd. You fuck, dude! Yep, they definitely touched me. Yeah, this is super abnormal, and I'm very, 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 very irritated about it right now. Dude, literally every fucking car decided to group hug. What is happening? We'll try going to the right, fuck it. Are you serious? No, of course not. Fucking hate this right now. The no collision bonus is so garbage. And of course I bounced like 1,000 times right there and I couldn't control myself. Wouldn't let me turn to the right. Yep, he touched me. Wouldn't this be a great time to reset the whole run 2 hours deep? Because you had to restart this race fucking 1,000 times? Okay, I think that was good. Jesus. What an absolute dumpster fire. As you take that one wide because the trash truck is there. Good lord, come on! If you don't pass these guys at the right spot, then you've got no chance to pass them. Of course, I could bounce a lot for no reason. Watch there be a collision on there. Okay, cool, no collision. Excellent. Jesus Christ. So we're almost to the point in the run where no collision bonuses don't really matter that much. In fact, here soon, there's a number of races that I've routed to not have a no collision bonus at all. And if it does happen, it's totally by accident and purely coincidental. Yeah, we finish this race, get our no collision bonus, sell some shit, get the little angel engine, and then we start on what I would argue is definitely the least interesting part of, well, I say the least interesting, the biggest pain in the ass in the run. So first off, we need to put on the family engine. Wait, I don't get rid of... Why do I not get rid of these two? There's no reason not to. Huh. Here, you know what? Let's move that to here. Let's go get rid of that. Okay, and then yeah. Okay. Anyway. Now we do a couple of intermediates. So like I said, this is going to be the era of the peel out. It will happen basically everywhere. That was really good. Like, with an engine this powerful and tires this weak, you really do need to be very gingerly about how you do everything. Later, dude. Okay, I'm trying to like look at my route and see why am I doing these intermediates right now. Like, what happens, and I'm gonna undo this afterwards, but what happens if I just delete those? So I do go 1700 into the red. Okay, yeah, so okay, so I do these because I actually do require the money to complete what comes up next. And what comes up next is basically we're going to start doing the body races and the parts races. So old route, what I was doing at this point was I was grinding specifically to get the little angel tires. And then I would final tune, do as many races as I could that matched that setup, and then I would finish off the game mostly by doing all of the like unique parts races. But that doesn't make a lot of sense, because one of those races is non-tune, and there's no reason not to do that one before doing the final tune. What's more is that it just makes more sense to do all of the races that require specific setups now while I'm grinding to the tires, and then after that I can put on the tires, do the final tune, and do pretty much everything else and cap off the game that way. It's just routing optimization stuff. That was scary. So for whatever reason, the Angel engine, I don't know, maybe the other engines have differences in this way as well, but the little Angel engine, when you let off of the gas, it decelerates stupidly fast. Like, without you touching the brakes, it decelerates as though you're using the brakes. It's very, very strange. And maybe the other engines have a property like that that's just less noticeable, but man, on the Angel engine, it's super noticeable. What the hell? I took flight before I even got to the top of that ramp. Okay, yeah, I need to slow my roll a little bit. For whatever reason, most of the vehicles in this race do not have wings. Ugh. Fucking bastards. You know what? I don't like it. Y'all go ahead. Fucking assholes. Oh god, come on. Do the ski parts, and then we do the body pastel, because those are all the unique races that I don't actually need to change anything to complete at this time. You're kidding! I hate this. Are you serious, dude? Yeah, I screwed that up, so I'll probably be passing them at about the same time, which means that I need to not take the dive the way that I normally would, because it's just gonna ruin everything again. Yeah, it would've. Absolutely. Like that dive saves a decent amount of time, but if there's vehicles in there at all, they're gonna be right where I'm going. Anyways, after this, we're gonna be buying a decent amount of parts. Pretty much all of the stuff that is required to get all of the parts and body races done, more or less. I see something that I wrote down wrong in my notes, and it's distracting the shit out of me. Like, it's not a big deal that I got wrong. It's more like there's just a piece of information that's missing. i.e. the price of something, but I don't know, I'm just dumb. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, time to buy a bunch of stuff. Yes, with only 4,900. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Solemn float. Coin holder. The off-road tires. Pro Street. The cop light. Landing gear. HG006. Big block. The ground effect light, the horn, and here we go. Time to go to the off-road races. Quick confession, I hate Great Stadium. I hate it a lot. This is the worst track in the game. And the fact that in order to complete the dirt races is literally just this race over and over is super annoying. Also, this is one of the sets of races that I have marked down as being like, no way in hell are you going to do this without hitting another vehicle. And especially because of this jump right here, because you go off of that ramp, you bounce even once, and you're almost guaranteed that someone's going to bounce into you as well. Okay. Never mind, maybe it's totally feasible, and I'm dumb. But at this point, it also doesn't matter. How many times have I confessed to being dumb in the last, like, 5 minutes? Probably a lot. Interesting. If I could do the same thing here, that's 700 extra. That's pretty sick. Nope, of course not. It doesn't matter. Now my gold is going to be 250 gold off of what my normal route is. I sincerely doubt that that's going to change anything. Hooray, most of that course is done. Okay. Slalom float, coin holder, and cop light. I hate this because I'm gonna have the cop light on for a little bit. So one of the reasons it doesn't matter if I have the coin holder on right now is because the drag muffler literally doesn't change your speed in the water. So if I had splurged and gotten the better racing floats, I think that my top speed right now would be like 219 instead of 210. And given that that's, you know, not a very big difference, and it's only for this one race, it's really just not a good reason to bother. Honestly, your biggest advantage in this race is the Little Angel engine. Anyways, that's over. Alright, so time for the coin holder race. And then the police car race, and then we can put this thing away and never touch it again because I hate it. So we are losing a bit of top speed here due to not having the drag muffler, but the amount of time that we lose here for not having the drag muffler is not as substantial as having to do more menuing to put it back on. Oh, also the fact this is the coin polar race. Dude, I really am tired. My brain does not brain at all right now. I do believe I was sketching there for a second. So I don't believe that this yet, dude, it's still happening. I don't believe that happened at all on the US version, but on the Japanese version, every so often it's like your vehicle refuses to make full contact with the ground, and every time that you turn, it acts like it's sort of like bouncing on the ground rather than driving on it. It's very weird. It's very disruptive. I hate it. It can make your turns like practically impossible in some cases. And it fucks with your top speed, like all of the good things, you know, like totally ruining everything. Alright, so I hate this. I hate this. I hate it, I hate it. I hate it. Well, let's get away from them and then we won't have to hear it so loud anymore. Up, sketching. I'm not going the alternate way right now, even though it's shorter, because the power difference between my engine and my tires would make that particular turn a bit rough. But yeah, like I was saying earlier about the drag muffler, like yes, I could have gone into the menu to put it on, and then I would have a higher top speed here. And that would save a little bit of time, but it would not save enough time to warrant going into the menu again, solely to put that on. Honestly, routing this is the biggest challenge in this whole thing, and I'm not even sure if it's as good as it could be yet. Anyways, we don't have to listen to that shit anymore. Hey. Yeah, this combination of parts trying to make that shortcut is like, it's not to say that it can't go well, but it doesn't generally go well. I love this track. That wasn't terrible. I've definitely seen worse. Ah, fuck it. Don't care. We're just gonna accept the fact that I collided right there. Edge clip. Yeah, this isn't routed for a no collision bonus anyway. I should probably pay attention to that kind of stuff when I'm looking through my notes. But for some reason this one is routed for that, which is weird because this is Great Stadium and this map sucks a lot. Like, really super a lot. I guess they just, like, don't get off the block nearly fast enough to catch up. Yo, it smells like coffee right now. Good lord. That was a lot of lag. Who is doing this to me? Somebody is making delicious coffee smells and I can't have it. Yo, what up, Phoenix? How be it? How do it be? Hopefully you are not as tired as me. How's practice going? My tiredness is leading me to drive poorly in a lot of places, but I mean, I honestly cannot believe I just got away with doing what I just did. That was extremely stupid and it worked out. It should not have worked out. Honestly, I should be working on Asura's Wrath right now because I finally have my Series X and I got some science to do and a nerd to squash. Because some dude, like, he asked me if it was allowed to do runs on backwards compatibility. I told him yes, but I figured he would, you know, bother with one of the categories that already had runs, but no, he went out of his way and did normal mode so he could put world record on his YouTube video. But, it's a 210 on a faster console, on a lower difficulty than hard, on which I have a 150 something. I don't know. I don't know. It's just, it feels like it's so weird. Cause like, this is not a flex, bruh. But, like, yeah, I'm gonna crush the shit out of that and then probably move on to actually trying to improve my times, because they're definitely improvable, especially with a faster console. Like, okay, so realistically, the thing that's the best about playing Asura's Wrath on the Series X over the 360 itself, it's not even the fact that it loads faster. It's the fact that it doesn't lag in the middle of combat. And because of that, techniques that involve, like, doing a dodge roll to cancel your combo so that you can do more normal combo is extraordinarily hard to do because of lag. But on the Series X, there's no lag. I say no lag. There's almost no lag. That feel when a 360 game still manages to push the Series X a little bit. It's not. I mean, okay, so that's false. It's possible, but it's not likely. There's also that okay, so this guy was like submitting runs to Lost Episode 1 and 2, which is a category because someone asked for it and then never ran it, of course. Yeah. Yeah, that's still a problem. But, anyway, so this guy submitted a run to that category even though he died to or not Asura, but he died to Akuma like 6 times. He submitted a more recent run that was very clearly on emulator. And the reason I say that is because the first one that he submitted had a frame rate, and the second one that he submitted didn't. It was very much a PowerPoint slideshow. So, instead of calling him on the fact that it was an emulator, because that part I couldn't, like, I don't have a great way to prove that to somebody that doesn't know the technicals of what's going on. So, instead I just rejected the run on the basis of the fact that you can't really see what the fuck is going on in the video that he submitted. But, like, on top of that, it's not even vaguely a good quote-unquote run. So I'm not... Sometimes as, like, a speedrun moderator, I really don't know what to do with some people. It's like, I guess my mindset, my way of seeing things as a speedrunner is that I expect other speedrunners... I expect submissions to come from people who actually do runs, rather than just like, I did this thing one-off that I was not, in fact, taking seriously whatsoever. Maybe I'm just being a fuddy-duddy, but still, it's, I don't know, bothersome. Oh, well, that 210 is gonna be, like, ridiculously easy to slap down. I mean, like, I did a practice playthrough in which I had to, like, pause, go into the console system menu, and fix my audio, and that was under 2 hours. Like, from start to finish, even with technical issues where I just straight up stopped and went into my system settings. Oh, did you used to run, Forbidden Memories, I think is what it's called? That whole Cabrera Games bullshit. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Link Evo. Yeah, I'm not familiar enough with the Yu-Gi-Oh games to... Like, the Forbidden Memories is literally the only one that I know the name of. Oh, so it's a more recent one, okay. Yeah, no idea, man. You got me on some shit that I know nothing about. That's fair. Right, like, I don't expect most people to be familiar with, right, anything that I fucking play. Except for maybe Neo. People know about Neo. But, like, more people are starting to know about God Hand lately. But for the most part, it's still just relatively obscure. And then Samurai Western is like, who the fuck has ever heard of this game? Asura's Wrath, like, people have heard of it but don't know anything about it. Like, man. Pre-constructed decks. I see, I see. Oh, whoops. Anyways, as you can tell at this point, the races are not difficult. All the hard races are done. That's fair. I have this habit of, like, I'll do the same kind of thing. I'll have, like, a goal in mind, and then I'll go for that, and once I reach it, I'm like, okay, I'm done with this category forever. And then a few years later, I'll get bored, and I'll end up on that category again. Like, easy new game plus kick me sign. Like, bro, like, on top of that category being kind of shit, nobody wants to watch that. I don't want to do it and nobody wants to watch it. All I want is better number on timer. That's it. That's not healthy, but I'm an idiot. What can I say? Not sure if I'll ever make the mistake of returning to that specific one again, though. I do get the YouTube comments on my hard new game kick me sign, though, asking when I'm going to do more runs of it. To which I typically reply, I don't know that I plan on doing more runs of it, because that run was kind of fucking ridiculous. Like, I mean, I could see myself practicing the category to show it at a marathon or something, but, like, honestly, grinding for a new PB? Bruh. Like, sub 2 hours RTA with legitimate gameplay. I don't think it's gonna get much better than that shit. Like, there's this fucking dill hole on YouTube, goes by the name Crazy Boy, that uploaded a tool assist that he's pretending is legitimate gameplay of hard new game kick me sign of taking no damage, never doing pummels, never doing wall spam, and like all, like whatever other fucking limitations, never upgrading moves, brr 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 brr. And it's just like, dude, it's so sad that people can't see through that shit. Yo, that's fair. No, this is a new one. But yeah, the old ones where he obviously got hit are still present. So this event's kind of weird. There's 2 treasure chests and also a victory condition. One treasure chest opens an event, the other opens the vehicle you have to use for that event. So one without the other doesn't really help. But it is worth noting that you can't forget to actually complete this event. Because it's very, very, very easy to forget that you still need to complete this event. Yeah, he took down one of them. It's... Dude, the whole situation is so fucking sad. Like, imagine putting in so much work to be, like, fraudulent to begin with, and then still not being able to beat my legitimate times. And then the dude still is just, like, putting world record all over everything. Like, ugh. Obviously. I found one even, like, just as funny is that, somebody went as far as this, like, okay, so I found a video where the title on YouTube is God Hand World Record Indonesia. That's all the title says. It doesn't say what the world like what category the world record, supposed alleged world record is in. It just says God Hand World Record Indonesia. This is already a red flag because sadly, I've noticed that Indonesia is mostly people that are faking it, and that like they're all just using like crafted videos rather than actual gameplay. But first, I go ahead and I download the video and I start doing a loadless edit to see what time it actually is. I already know it's not faster than mine because my RTA is less than an hour and theirs is in the 106 range. Anyway, so I'm cutting it down, and then in stage 3 something very, very familiar happens. They stole Crazy Boy's cheated run and pretended it was theirs. God. And, you know, to make things even sillier, comments were disabled on their video. It's almost like they knew. I don't understand, and I know that I've had the same meltdown repeatedly, but I don't understand why God Hand is so unique in that it attracts these kinds of chuds over and over and over and over. Like, it gives me the Puppy Hero vibes. Like, if you remember the days back when I played Killing Floor 2, when you'd get that guy that was trying to act like they were a total fucking badass, and that they could carry the team on their back, and that they didn't need help from anybody to get anything done, and that they were totally invincible because they're such a badass, but in reality they die at every turn, and then they blame everyone because no one else knows what they're doing. But the reality is, they wanted to pretend like they were Batman, but they didn't want to go through the training sessions required to become Batman. That's really what we're getting in God Hand. There's just a lot of people trying to pretend like they're badasses, but they don't actually want to put in the work to get there. Like I've told people before, like, if any of these people were legit, I would not have any world records. I wouldn't even be vaguely relevant. But it's real weird how none of these total gods are ever live, right? It's always pre-made footage that you see. It's never something that you can see in the moment. Crazy Boy even has a video where he claims to be fighting Azel blindfolded, but there's, like, not even a webcam. Like, there's nothing to show him. So how the hell would you claim that you're blindfolded? Anyways, enough of that. Like, you'd be surprised at how many people just take that claim at face value, though. And, like, you've seen enough of my God Hand runs that if you were to watch his most recent video, his Stage 1-1, heavy, sarcastic air quotes, route even you would be looking at this and going like, what the fuck is this person doing? Where are you going, and why are you going there? Stop that. Like, it wouldn't take somebody with experience to notice what they're doing is incorrect. And you can't say you're doing it for style points when it's just objectively wrong. Oh, god damn it. Is this? Yeah. Face itches. Hate this shit. But yeah, I definitely do need the no collision bonus, and I absolutely tapped that nerd at the end. Anyways, enough of that relatively comfy racing game. Yo, speaking of blindfolded runs, did you watch anything about that guy that was pretending to do Super Mario 64 runs blindfolded? It's like, because I moderate speedrun leaderboards, even though they're not active, every time that there's some like verified cheating scandal in the speedrun universe, I like to go avail myself of what's going on because, oh Jesus, okay, cool. Those don't count in collisions, by the way, for some question mark reason. But yeah, every time that there is somebody that got caught cheating, I always love to, like, see the detective work that went into it and, like, take that kind of shit into account when I'm looking at other people's claims. Comfy ice course. Oh god, I was trying to read that instead of paying attention to my turn. Right? I think it was one of the Monster Hunter games, but I saw a video that was made by someone in that community where they were calling out one of the moderators for cheating. And like what more or less happened was the moderator in question was part of a discussion about how turbo should not be allowed for crossbow, because if you're using turbo, then you can fire the crossbow just alarmingly fast, like inhumanly fast. And that without turbo, there is actually a timing and skill involved with doing it optimally. Well, as optimally as a human could possibly do it. And that it was just days later that one of their runs from before that discussion was verified by themselves, by the way. That very, very, very clearly featured crossbow combined with turbo button. And so, like, the guy who made the video was more or less saying, so I'm pretty sure that this guy wanted to make a precedence saying turbo is not allowed, but then grandfather in his run from before when the discussion was had. And it's like, holy Jesus, that is dirty and childish. You fucker. Yep. Nice peel outs. I don't understand why people try to pretend that they're good at games that they're not. But like, I have been, like, okay, so I've set money aside so that I could pay a group of guys to make a God Hand enemy randomizer. I may have told you about this already. But this dude spearheaded an effort to make a God Hand mod called Angra's Revenge. The mod itself is supposed to be God Hand but harder, but really what it is it's a damage sponges fucking everywhere, use the God Hand all the time mod. So the mod is not designed well at all. Having said that, the fact that the mod exists was intriguing. Just the fact that he was able to make it. So I reached out to him and was like, hey, so I've been wanting to have a randomizer made for this for like fucking years now. And I offered them, at first I offered him $500 to get it done. But then he brought in other people, and now the deal is $250 a piece for each of the people that actually work on it. Progress has been slow, though, because language barrier, and apparently he recently got a job. But he's still working on it, so there is that. I would be lying if I didn't say that the hope was to, like, once the randomizer drops, I'm going to start challenging people that I know to be cheaters to head-to-head matches on a randomized seed. Because, like, if you challenge somebody to a head-to-head match, then what they're going to do, what these kinds of people will do, is they'll use prepared footage and pretend to be playing. But if it's a randomizer, like, with a seed chosen in the moment, you can't do that. Now, I know what's actually going to happen. The people that cheated, they're not gonna try to man up. They're gonna make some fucking dumbass excuses for why they can't. But I think that just that will be telling as well. So I've been planning to put a video together to out Crazy Boy in particular. But I'm not... I want to hold that off until the randomizer is around. So that I can both begin and finish that video with an open challenge. It's like, the problem with God Hand is there are not enough experts to call out bullshit. And the fact that, like, the number of people that fake it greatly exceed the number of people who are actually good at it. So, like, you would not have been able to do this shit in the Super Metroid community, or the Dark Souls community, or the Halo community, because there's too many fucking people that know better. There's way too many people that know the games inside and out that could totally call you on your bullshit the very moment that you upload it. But, like, God Hand just... it mostly just has me. Like, if there is anybody else that's on my level of knowledge of the game, then it's probably a Japanese person, and that would almost certainly be the reason why I'm not aware of them. Like, hell, I would love it if somebody would fucking step up. That would be great. Yeah, you're right. Definitely. All of the real God Hand experts are Indonesian. I'm such a fraud. Some of these cheaters really do have, like, hardcore stands, though. It's very, very strange. Like, I get uncomfortable when people like, fangirl at me as hard as a lot of these people do with these cheaters is fucking weird. Like, I am merely good at video game, please. Do not act like that, it's uncomfortable. Like, I like recognition, yeah, but, like, fucking... Like, I got recognized in public once, but when I say in public, I mean I was at a gaming convention. And someone there was like, yo, holy shit, you're that guy that speedruns God Hand, and I was like, yeah, what? That was a weird one. Just the fact that they recognized me was really fucking flattering, but they didn't, like, get creepy about it. They just pointed out that they knew who I was. Like, yo, your runs are dope. Okay, bye. That was a good interaction. But, like, right now, okay, so, like, right now, here lately, I've got this dude that keeps on commenting on my YouTube in Hindi, who keeps saying that they want to play God Hand with me. Now, God Hand is not multiplayer. But then, after I pointed out that God Hand is not multiplayer, he was like, oh, well, we could play it on a voice call. And then he commented again, we could play it on a video call. Like, I do not speak your language. This is going to accomplish nothing. Stop it. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what to do with these fucking people, bro. You know, it probably doesn't even matter if I get the no collision bonus right now. But I want to. I don't know why I keep on running into this thing in the back. I'm somehow not getting enough turn. There we go. But yeah, I definitely agree that people take video gaming too seriously. I would also argue that people take sports too seriously. Yeah. But man, there sure are a lot more cheaters in, like, fucking video games than actual sports, it seems like. In terms of, like, sports has had a lot more years of, like, cheaters getting caught cheating. But god damn, dude, like, esports is so young It hasn't been around for that long, but people are just popping off, getting caught cheating left and right. What's that fucking, like, first-person shooter team phase? They're just like fucking cheater central. Fucking crazy, like, people need to calm down. It's not that fucking serious. But, like, is it a sign that people are, like, just so dissatisfied with life that they're using video games to try to, like, exaggerate their worth? But, like, look, okay, it's arguable that I'm the best in the world at God Hand, but who gives a shit? Like, honestly, who gives a shit? It's just game. Like, it doesn't impact my life. Like, honestly, if anything, it makes my life worse. So I have to deal with bullshit. I think, to me, like, the most petty example of cheating that I can think of in a shooter was, of course, it was on Fortnite, right? Because, you know, people who are truly not petty definitely don't play Fortnite. But, this dude was, like, paired, like, basically they had a charity event, right? Where people were being paired with sports stars. And he was paired with, I don't know, some football player. I think it was a football player. Doesn't really matter. He was paired with some sports star guy, personality person who gives a shit. And, again, charity event. And so the way that the rules were set up at the beginning was that, like, people were given, like, designated spots where they were and were not allowed to drop at the beginning. And this guy just, like, disregarded that, like, literally told his sports star teammate, yeah, we're just gonna ignore that rule. In the middle of a fucking chair, like, why? What's wrong with you? What the fuck? I definitely clipped through part of that wall. I'm gonna need to investigate that. Okay, yeah, I don't know. That was weird. I did definitely clip through part of it, though. I'm not sure how I would get it to happen again. I got away with a whole lot of shit right there. Though again, it almost certainly doesn't matter, because like by the end of this category, there's actually kind of a lot of money just on the table that isn't needed. By the way, the very last part of this run is probably, like, the least interesting shit of all time. Actually, that's probably not true. I remember there was a Kirby game that the full completion speedrun category is 97% or something like that instead of 100%, because apparently in order to get the last few points of percentage, you have to like win each of the mini games in the game like 15 times each or some shit. Is it Dreamland 3? Good thing that, like, I partially remember something that's definitely not entirely fictitious. And that definitely sounds boring as shit. That feel like when even Swordsman Kirby is like, no one wants to do that and nobody wants to watch that, then you know that that shit is just dreadful. Because that dude has the patience of a Lord God King. Oh no, I tapped a car. I don't give a shit. We're not gonna do that. I'd be willing to bet that, like, a proper route for those mini-games exists, but that at some point the community was like, fuck this. Literally everybody hates this. Nobody wants to do this, nobody wants to watch this. We're not gonna do this anymore. Hear ye, hear ye. 100% category is now 97%. If you disagree, may God have mercy on your soul. Whoops. Yeah, that's fair. Like, when I consider that SK did runs of Kirby's Epic Yarn, like full completion runs of Kirby's Epic Yarn, where the end of the run was pretty much just beat the shit out of DDD like 70 times to get enough beads, I think it was. Yeah. Okay. I never, not one time did I hear him complain about doing that. And that is dreadful malarkey. I hated it. And if he's willing to do that without complaint, that's all I need to know about how shit bottom tier the mini games in Dreamland 3 are. Like, I do not need further proof about how garbage it is. I mean, I'd be down for a boss rush, but like, I mean, you know, in Kirby Superstar, one of the games in it is a boss rush. I mean, it's a somewhat randomized boss rush, but I think it was anyway. Anyway, I don't know. Been a very, 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 very long time since I've had anything to do with Kirby Superstar. I remember back when the tool assist for that was just a shitload of wheelie, and then when the community realized that if you do jet correctly, it's faster, and then like most of the human leaderboard was faster than the tool assist. Hell, I think Used Pizza still ran the game back then. Dude, I miss the days when Used Pizza did fucking Super Mario RPG and Kirby Superstar runs. Those were the fucking days, bro. Like, I'm glad he's all successful and shit, but like, the reason I loved his channel is no more. I only get these wings in time for like the part specific stuff, like the glider dive and super chicken and whatnot. Like I said earlier, the fastest wings aren't even necessarily a good thing in some races. You know, like, that's sort of like the opposite of my example, where, like, the reason I like this channel was because he did speedruns, and now he just does variety stuff, and I don't really care for the variety that he focuses on. But like, to be fair, like either example sucks from a viewer standpoint when there's like not a balance between the two, you know? Like, I do speedruns, but I also do variety, but at the same time, I have the personality of a brick, and most people don't like me that much. Like, the most personality I have on my stream is when I hit the nut button. But, like, to go from, you know, doing comfy speedruns of game people like to watch to, like, straight from that to just all variety, or going from all variety just to dedicated speedrun of one game forever, neither of those is a particularly good transition. By the way, like, all of the races in Sprint Beginner are winnable before Country GP. They're not all winnable before Pro Street unlocks, but they're all winnable before you do the GP. Is Phantom Rod. I can't remember if there's any races that would be held back. Fuck. Oh well. Wait, what's back? Oh. I'm not surprised at all. I am still on, like, hotel Wi-Fi and shit. But yeah, the speed is great. The consistency is not. Like, I'm quite confident that the internet plan that this hotel uses is fiber. Bruh. Well, that'd be true anywhere if you were trying to open Twitter. Aha! It was worth it. Or Twitch these days, god damn. Like, if you're looking at Twitch these days without, like, a really good, strong ad blocker, I don't know how you're surviving, because Twitch is a fucking, like, ads everywhere dumpster these days. By the way, there is a relatively fair chance I'm gonna ditch my Twitch channel in the near future. And move, like, all of my main doings to YouTube or something. Because goddamn, Twitch is just a non-stop string of L's. Yeah, it does, dude. Like, honestly, if YouTube, like, if they would fucking, like, actually put any kind of infrastructure in on their live streaming, there's no way they wouldn't overcome Twitch. Because, like, Twitch fucks up everything always. Like, one thing I'm loving about YouTube for streaming is that when you stream something there, the footage stays there always. So the only reason that one of your streams will disappear is if you delete it. And I like that. You have transcoding always, and I like that. I don't know, like, the people that find you are different, and the vibe is different, and yeah, it's just, I don't know, man. It's 7 days now. If you're partnered, if you're affiliate, well, I say it's 7 days now. I think it's if you're affiliate, it's 14 days, and if you're partnered, it's like a month, maybe longer. But like, Twitch is such a very, very good website that when you go to your video manager, it still gives you a notification that the rules for your VOD archive are going to change as of September 1st. It's referring to last September 1st. There's still a notification up for last September. Which is a special kind of stupid, because that shit's already been in effect for a while now. Well, I mean, transcoding on Twitch happens without affiliate and partner as well. It depends on how many viewers you have. So, like, the way that it works is that if you're within X% of the server that you're streaming on, then you get transcoding. Or if you're a partner, you just always get transcoding. It's weird because, like, there's been days where I've gotten transcoding at like 4 viewers, but I guess I was streaming at like 9 in the morning, and I suppose nobody else was really on the same server. Like, I don't really know. Like, so far as I know, there's not really any particular time of day that Twitch sees low traffic, but I guess I'm wrong, and I don't know. It's dumb. I think the whole thing is dumb. Then again, let's be real. Most of Twitch's decisions are very, very dumb. I mean, I don't see how dislikes were useful to anyone anyway. But see, you couldn't tell if it was useful or not with the dislike system either. Like, dude, I get dislikes on my God Hand speedrun from people who are faking it because they're mad that I'm not. Like, I remember one time getting dislike bombed by Mike's community. Like, you never really know why someone dropped a dislike on a video. And, like, I'll agree with you that YouTube has made some alarmingly terrible decisions in the past, but I don't agree that that's one of them. God, I'm fucking tired. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, the only time I use the like button is if it's a video that I like enough that I think I will probably want to try to find it again later. Well, like, I might love a video, like, man, that was a really good video, but, like, not every video that I like is something that I'd have a reason to look at again. So I don't hit the like button because I don't need it in my like list. But I guess I use the dislike button when I find, like, footage of someone cheating. Like, so, like, you know, fake God Hand footage when someone's pretending to be something that they're not and whatnot. I don't know. It's kind of, it is kind of dumb overall when you think about it. It's like, I mean, if someone has, like, an actual potential, like, critique, there's a comment section for that. And then other people, like, upvote and downvote comments. And, like, I guess that's a bit more useful. Because, like, when someone dislikes your video, you don't have any fucking idea why. Like, my Asura's Wrath hard mode run has 2 dislikes on it, and honestly, the only thing that I can guess is that they hated the fact that when you hit the button to try to skip cutscenes, that it buzzes at you, and that means most of the run is just the game buzzing at you repeatedly. If that was the reason why, I totally get it, but I mean, aside from that, I don't even know, like, I don't even have a guess. Okay, that vehicle unlocks when you have driven 1,000 kilometers. Which is good, because at 1,200 the rest of the Versus races unlocks. Oops. Oh my goodness. Oh, my driving is bad. Nope. As far as I can tell, they gave up on ever trying to do a run, and yeah, it was the 3rd one. So I'm never gonna get to see why their parts are different. Good. I mean, maybe they'll do a run later, and they're just taking a break from it, from all of the GP3 practice that they did. I don't know. I don't know what the hell they're doing. All I know is that the last thing I saw, they were grinding out Ridge Racer 5. So apparently that person gets serious about racing games in general. Nope. What I remember is Daytona. But then again, I worked at Free Play and we had a Daytona 2 machine, and it did that shit all day. Oh yeah? Daytona 2 is a dying breed because most of its parts can't be found anymore. We actually had to, like, when Corey got those machines for Free Play, one of them, like, what would essentially be the drive shaft in a for-real car, was broken. It's this, like, metal pipe that, like, hooks to the back end of the steering wheel that goes in and it interacts with a control mechanism and blah blah blah, whatever. It was broken. And the one that he found was from some collector in Australia, and he spent like $4,700 buying it and having it shipped here. Well, there. I'm not there anymore. I was like, God damn, it's not that good of a game, dude. Well, I mean, the game itself is accessible in other forms, but the arcade machine itself is a dying breed because of that. Man, like, arcade collecting is a weird hobby, and I don't think I ever saw it in its truest form until I worked for Corey Hayden. That dude had some unique fucking pieces. I honestly don't even remember the names of some of them, but I know that one thing that we had was sort of like a pachinko, but not really. But it was apparently originally designed for a charity event for a firehouse in Dallas, like, at the turn of the century. It was like stupid next level old. And it broke all the time! And none of the parts were original, and we were always having to, like, conjure up some fucking, like, necromancy to like, create, like, jerry-rigged things that sort of made it work, and ugh. Like, it was a really cool, unique piece of history that definitely should not have been put in the actual arcade. That's something that you keep in the showroom. But we had, like, original hardware OG, like, Joust and Centipede machines that were, again, like, on the actual arcade floor. Or, like, Tempest. Original hardware Tempest. And let me tell you something, vector monitors suck ass. Like, they're neat to... They were probably super extra neat to look at back in the day, but these days, they're kind of... Like, the concept is still kind of cool. Basically, what the monitor does is it draws one line at a time, and those lines disappear after a certain amount of draws. But it does it, like, super rapidly, and those are the shapes that you see. Oh, hey, another spam call from Texas. But those monitors die all the fucking time. What's more is they're difficult to repair. And, like, Tempest itself, like, had a habit of eating, like, basically, if we had a Tempest where the monitor broke, there was a high likelihood that what we were going to do is cannibalize a monitor from another arcade game that used a vector monitor, usually Star Wars. And we would just down that one and put it in the warehouse and keep Tempest up and running. But Tempest ate so many fucking monitors. Like, I'm surprised we still had any that worked. But then again, you know, I guess we had James, and James was a magician when it came to fixing shit. He had some pinball tables at one of the warehouses that were, like, done by, I'm not even sure if, like, indie is the correct word for it, but, like, startup companies. Like, there was this one in particular that was done by a startup company. Like, only 6 of the pinball machines ever got made, and the software for it was never finished. So he has the table with all of the physical parts, but it doesn't have a program. I'm sure that if you wanted to pay somebody to make some rudimentary game out of it, they could. But, like, there's no program. There's no software. God. And James told me he spent 11 grand on that table. Bruh. So now it's just a very expensive, neat thing to look at. Yo, what's up, Tap? Actually, we're pretty close to the end. I think I have, like, what, maybe a dozen races left. Yeah. Indubitably. No, we already did those. And this route, the special races get done pretty much right after the 3rd GP. How do I keep coming back? I still haven't done an actual run of all races, and that's how. Because basically right now I'm more or less just confirming that the route works. Oh, that's the only, one of the only special races that's still, like, on the docket. Because that's the race I actually end the category with. For 2 different reasons. Like, honestly, I wanted to end this category with that race because it's so fucking dumb. It's a silly spectacle. But on top of that, it actually makes sense to end with it, because once you switch to that vehicle body, it unequips all of your shit. So if I was to switch to that vehicle body and do Super Chicken 2 mid-run, I would have to go through the customize menu and re-equip everything. And that's slow. But yeah, I mean, like, the special races that are still left is the wagon race and the one make race. I'm pretty sure that that's it. But the one make race, there's a reason for that. And the reason is because you need to have 90 car bodies in your possession. And that's a large number because I think only 106 exist. So basically you have to have most of them. Oops, there's a wall there. But yeah, other practice sessions of this, like, typically this gets done in about 4.5 hours. Yeah, well, not all of them need to finish, only up through 6th place. But on the leaderboard, that time gets edited out. Like, on the official standings, like, basically we take the VOD and we cut it from the first frame that you've officially crossed the finish line to the first frame after the race is officially over. Unless, of course, those two are one and the same. Because sometimes that's what happens. Like in all GPs on GP3, the snow and ice race, there's a pretty good chance you'll probably come in 6th or worse. So this is probably one of the shittiest races in the game. Because this is a very, very long course, and there's 6 laps of it. Or 7 laps of it, rather. Too many laps, that's the official determination. The number is too many. A goddamn lot. The hell? Best tires in the game peel out for no reason. What the fuck? It's like, honestly, one of the worst things about this course is that the music that we hear right now, on top of being extraordinarily stereotypical, like, carnival shit, will also is about to end in a moment, and it's really obvious that it ends and it loops back into the beginning as though it was a CD track on repeat, rather than having a proper loop like other tracks do. And you are going to hear that loop even on the shortest version of this track. Game is legitimately super fun, but yeah, that's problematic. Well, 7 minutes and some change. But yeah. Like, the final race of GP3, Western Canyon Long 5 laps, is in the 7.5 to 8 minute range as well. Oh, I was supposed to pit just now, but I wasn't really paying attention. I was instead stupidly focusing on the fastest car comment. So, the way that this game actually works is that the car itself has nothing to do with your car's stats. It's all the parts that you put into it. So, like, the vehicle body, like, the one thing that actually differentiates them is that each of the different vehicle bodies fall into one of 4 weight classes. 10, 20, 30, or 40. Where 40 is, like, fire trucks or buses or a garbage truck, you know, like fucking huge vehicles. Those are work class vehicles. But like for whatever reason, this obvious van is a weight 10 class. I honestly couldn't explain it. Yo, thanks for spitting me out in the worst possible direction. Anyways, the weight class of the vehicle only affects like acceleration and very, 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 very slightly top speed. And by very slightly top speed, I mean like over the course of this run, if the acceleration wasn't an issue, it might save 7 seconds. Whereas, like, weight 30 class, I don't even know what the hell that class is for. It's garbage. Maybe it's supposed to handle real good or something. I honestly couldn't tell you. I have experimented, and none of those have turned out well. Yep, there's still a wall there. Anyways, the very, very last races in this category are just ridiculously comfy because they are versus races. The reason that they're ridiculously comfy is they're one-on-one races, so pretty much the race is going to start, and I'm going to drive, and I'm never going to see the person that I'm racing ever again. With the exception of one race, but in that case he's just going to get lapped. The only reason I will see him again is because I'm going to be embarrassing him. Which is definitely canon. This track does have biscuit powers, you are correct. The source of my Discord's title is in this track. So, the reason for that is because, like, they actually set aside a bunch of, like, your ad here kind of space in this game, so that they could line up sponsors, and then they largely didn't line up sponsors. It's not to say that there are none. BP is featured in this game. Room oil is a real thing. Let's see, what is it? Bridgestone? Like some tire brand. There's a few in here, but Biscuit Powers was just like a placeholder for something that was going to be a sponsored ad. You know, sort of how like Need for Speed games sometimes have like a Burger King and shit. Which is kind of an odd choice for sponsor. Yo, you know what I'm thinking when I think illegal street races? Burger King. And what was the cell phone service that like doesn't fucking exist anymore? My brain almost wants to say Boost, except that they still exist. Singular something? Doesn't really matter. Product placement. Anyways, that's why those exist in this game, is because they were supposed to be put in this game. Not those specific ones, but they are ad space. And Biscuit Powers is a filler ad for a thing that doesn't exist. And I would argue it's considerably better than anything that does exist that could have been placed there instead. You bitch. That felt entirely intentional. Yeah, Crazy Taxi had like Pizza Hut? Question mark? I'm pretty sure it was Pizza Hut. But they also had like an actual record. So I mean, there was a few stores that were featured in Crazy Taxi, but I don't know if those were like product placements or more of an attempt at just making the city feel like a real thing. It's one thing to, you know, have someone get in your cab and say, please take me to Def Jam Records, versus please take me to the Slammin' Jammin' CD shop. And then you arrive and he's like, hell yeah, it's time to slam and jam. So here's the most exciting part of the run, definitely. This is the part of the VOD that'll get this into a GDQ. Especially if I fuck up the menuing a bunch. Like, really, really a bunch. Son of a bitch. Okay, I have to buy all of the ones that are less than 4 grand. So not that one, not that one. Okay, I think that we're good. So this race unlocks once you've purchased a certain number of vehicle bodies that are wagon class. The vehicle I'm currently, or the body that I'm currently using, is also considered a wagon class. Honestly, it's kind of like a weird, arbitrary thing. I don't know. It's weird because it specifically has to be purchases. In like, I think that there's specific ones that you absolutely have to have. I honestly don't know off the top of my head at this point. Especially since the route makes it really easy when you unlock it when you buy pretty much fucking everything. But I do know that it's tied specifically to purchases, so you can't just, like, unlock wagon class vehicles through other things and get access to this race. It's honestly, the unlock mechanisms in this game are very strange. Some of them, anyway. Anyway, so here are the versus races. I'm going to leave this guy in the dust and we're never going to see him again. Bye. I don't know if Yellow Hat is a real thing or not. Like, there's several things in here, like, I don't know if they're fake or if they're actual brands. But, like, with a generic-ass name like Yellow Hat, it's possible that I could look for it and not be able to find it even though it is a real thing. Alright, so this is the one that we're actually going to end up lapping. And it's entirely because this race has, like, the freest shortcut ever. And the AIs do not shortcut. I'm so fucking tired. I don't know what the hell I thought I was doing. Like, I've been up all night and then I'm like, yeah, we'll do a 5-hour practice session. That sounds like a fucking wonderful idea. I remember at one time, quite some time ago at this point, I used to practice, like, doing God-of-Hand speedruns, specifically looking for opportunities to practice it under duress, right? Because I'm an idiot. But my logic was, like, what if I submitted this to a marathon, and then when it comes time for me to perform, I feel sick as shit. And now I have to do my run while I feel sick as shit. And so I would, like, specifically when I felt, like, sick to my stomach or had a really bad headache or, like, I don't know, had a cold or, like, whatever, I would, like, oh yeah, this would be a good time to practice, because I'm fucking stupid. Or, like, I'd pick nights where I had really bad insomnia and then was super sleep deprived. And then I would practice, like, just, I don't know, I guess my logic was, like, if I can get good at dealing with these circumstances, nothing can stop me. But really, that's just young person brain being really, really dumb. By young person brain, that tells you just how fucking long ago it was. Because I'm ancient. And none of you fucking baboos are gonna convince me that I'm not ancient. Ancient. See, I can't even say ancient. I'm so old I can't say words. Or is it that I'm too tired to say words? Fuck it. I'll have my button say words for me. So yeah, about these versus races. Like, even if you have a reasonable assortment of car parts, this shit is super free. What's more is, like, because there's only one other racer, you're pretty much guaranteed to get the no collision bonus. Anyways, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 more races left, including this one. What a disaster this lap was. This is me just resigning to what a disaster this lap was. Okay, that was really solid there for a minute. at the very least, a much, much better lap than the first one. But yeah, you should definitely expect more Asura's Wrath from me in the near future. I'll get an auto splitter set up. One of the things that I definitely intend on doing soon is I'm going to go through and record each of the chapters multiple times, in which, like, at least twice. One recording where I do all the QTEs as quickly as I possibly can, and another where I fail as many of them as I can, and then I put, like, the individual QTEs side by side to see which is faster. Because I know that here recently I did some side-by-sides that proved that some of them were, like, failing, some of them were faster, that I thought it was the same, like, either way, that it was about the same way, and it's not. So I really want to go ahead and do the rest of the science and, like, really figure that shit out. What an intense race. Man. I will say this, I'm very, 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 very happy that this game does not contain any kind of rubber banding at all. That would be so extra shit in a game like this. I say that as though rubber banding isn't super extra shit in pretty much every racing game. Well, you know what? I should clarify. I should make that less specific. Rubber banding is shit in video games. No genre specification necessary, because, like, Tekken Tag Tournament 2 has Rage Mode, and Rage Mode is literally rubber banding. In a fucking fighting game. Shit's dumb. And Tekken 7 it has Rage Mode, but it's not quite the same, but it's still kind of rubber banding. Well, that was bad. Badly executed, badly decided upon, bad. Bad, bad, bad. Man, it's a fucking good thing I'm almost done with this shit. That was very sloppy. Are you shitting me, dude? What a fucking disaster. Are you shit? You know what? No! What the hell is going on, dude? How am I so dumpster tier at this right now? Can I please not screw up the obvious and easy thing on the third lap? Man. Hey, we got in once. Yay. Fucking... Wait, what? I think I was supposed to buy this one that was 4,000 maybe? Yeah. You have to have 90 to get this one. And, like, this race is dumb as hell. The gimmick is that every vehicle here is the same body type. So, HG005. You can do this with whatever vehicle. Even the special ones. So, like, if I wanted this to be an all drumsticks race, I could have done that. But, I really hate that this race is such an uninteresting, anticlimactic, dumb piece of shit, given that the unlocking condition is very, very, very strict. It took us forever forever to, like, fucking confirm how to actually unlock this race. And it's this stupid-ass oval. Yeah. So there's a specific body that gets unlocked when you've completed all of the races. So, like, you know, if this was to become a relatively popular category, it wouldn't be hard to confirm that you've actually completed the conditions, because it unlocks... Not that... wait, what? What am I missing, then? No, really, what am I missing? That might be why I was a body short, but like, honestly, what am I missing? Those are the GPs. Okay, this is concerning. That's the one where you stop at the edge. And I know I did that one because I clarified that you gotta do that. Apparently I missed one of the versus races somehow? Hold on. I could have sworn I did that, but okay, whatever. Yeah, I didn't need to buy the 4001. Oh, I'm... God damn it. Now, I want to say that there's another race where the garbage truck is relatively quick, but I can't remember which one it is right now because I'm very tired in details and stuff. But yeah, for the most part, it's extremely slow. Now I gotta make sure that all of the fucking parts are correct. I feel like a stupid-ass, dumb person, idiot. Damn it. Fuck. I thought we were done. And it's not that my notes are wrong, I just straight I'm just dumb. I should have did this and I didn't. Anyways, at the end of this, we'll be given 2 car bodies, and one of them is the one that signifies that you've done all the things. And then I can call it a day. Shit. Please don't report me for driving under the influence. There we go. That is the did everything vehicle. So like once, like if I were verifying a run, this is the way to confirm that the run is over, that you have in fact done all the things. Anyway. 5 hours, that's really bad. Is anybody live what's worth paying attention to? Of course not. I'm kidding. Tapioca's gone live since he was in here a minute ago, so I'm just gonna do that shit. Y'all should go check out Tapioca. His GameCube thing is actually quite entertaining as of late. Anyways, I am gonna pop in there for a few seconds and then go to bed. Y'all have a good one.
The Gadget racer thing you were doing. Okay, it's officially time. We're gonna make a run for it. It's finally over. Hopefully that run was good enough that you never have to do it again, right?